I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission December 26, 2023 meeting at 6 p.m. We do have a quorum. Our first item of business is to approve the meeting minutes from the November 28, 2023 regular meeting.
Motion to accept as submitted.
Motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
Do we have a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 2 is our public comment period. We have one speaker this evening, Mr. Andrew Mills of 722 Templeton Drive. If you'd be so kind, sir, we'll give you a couple of minutes to speak.
I'll keep this brief, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. Thank you for your time tonight, and merry belated Christmas the day after. I represent Martin Schaffner. He owns 243 Blair Road. Y'all are aware of that project, the Marlowe project. And I noticed on the agenda tonight that the zoning ordinance and zoning map were on the agenda, and on their behalf, we are requesting this body to keep that property zoned R3. It's next to R4. Mobile home park and industrial. That's appropriate for this high density at this location. The topography of the site is not going to be conducive to other zoning types. I believe a previous version of the map showed it to be estate residential. Given the topography, I don't think that it would be developed very well. I have not seen the most recent iteration of the map. In our discussions with this Marlowe project, one of the big concerns is the condition of the road. And I submit to this body that the only way that the resources will be in place to improve the road is if it remains R3. If it gets downzoned, I don't know if the resources are going to be there to improve the road. And finally, I know that the city has been undertaking this project to clear up grandfathering issues. And if the Marlowe project does move forward with its plans under R3 and its zoning were later changed, it could still proceed under R3, but it would be grandfathered in. So it's the same issue coming up. So we are respectfully requesting that y'all consider keeping this property zoned R3. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That being the completion of our comments period, we will move on to regular business. Items number 3 has been withdrawn. Item 4 and 5 have been deferred. So we will move on to item number 6. Update bond amount for Portico Place, Section 2, Phase 2, Tax Map 14, Parcel 24, requested by SEC, Inc., PDR, Planned Density Residential Zoning District. Sir?
Thanks, sir. So this is an update for a previous bond amount for Portico Place, Section 2, Phase 2. It's now 6 months old, so an updated amount was requested by the city. And I believe Mr. Lyde might have a little bit more.
Okay. The only comment we had last time was lack of signatures, and those signatures have been added.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? None. We will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept at the $130,167.
Motion to accept with the stated amount. We have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 7 has also been deferred. On to item number 8. Site plan Osama Deuce Retail Center, building addition of 1,173 square feet, requested by Chet Rhodes. Property located at 5130 Murfreesboro Road, tax map 15M, Group A, Parcel 1, C2 Highway Service Zoning District, property owned by TN Group Properties, LLC. Sir.
Thank you, sir. So this item actually had no resubmittal for this month. They missed the deadline for the PC workshop, so there is no new submittal for this month on this item.
No request for deferrals or anything, sir?
Correct.
With that, we'll entertain a motion.
How many deferrals have they already used?
Let's see. I don't know if I have that here. I think just one. Yeah, I believe it's just one. It was deferred on November 28th, but there was no resubmittal given for the PC workshop this month, so I believe this would be their second.
Entertain a motion, sir.
Do we have anybody?
I do not see Mr. Rhodes. Is there a representative for this project here this evening? No, sir.
Make a motion to deny.
We have a motion to deny. We have a second.
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. First item under new business is going to be item number 9. Final plat, Co-op Business Park, 3 lots on 114.8 acres requested by Barge Design Solutions, property located on Old Waldron Road, tax map 15, parcel 24 and 28, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Tennessee Farmers Cooperative, Inc.
This item is the final plat for the Co-op Business Park. It is totaling a little over 114.8 acres with 9 new buildings. Excuse me. And if you see here, you can see the lot outlined in blue, the property fronting Waldron, Old Waldron Road. The property is currently zoned I-2 Heavy Industrial. You can see right there in the darker blue shade that's outlined by the blue. And let's see. These are just a couple of pictures of the existing buildings there. They're currently on the co-op lot. There's another picture with the larger building on the lot there. And some of the open land that's going to be used for development. This is the cutout on Waldron Road. It'll be, I believe, used as an access point onto the property. If we look a little bit further down here, we have the actual final plat submittal here. I'll zoom out. So on the plat, you can see the 3 lots that are proposed to be subdivided there. Which with them totaling a little over 114 acres total. And let's see. And this is just the easement exhibit for the 3 lots that are being proposed. So planning has no comments on this item, and I believe all engineering comments are addressed.
Very good. So everything's addressed on this one?
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? If none, we will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. We have a second.
Second.
A second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 10, site plan, Co-op Business Park, Lot 1, 4 buildings totaling 474,000 square feet on 38.92 acres requested by Kim Horn. Property located on Old Waldron Road, tax map 15, parcel 24 and 28, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Tennessee Farmers Cooperative, Inc. Sir.
Thank you, sir. So this item is for the site plan of Lot 1 for the Co-op Business Park, which has 4 buildings, excuse me, totaling 474,000 square feet. So this lot will have the majority or the largest amount of square footage of buildings for the 3 lots. And this is just kind of an aerial showing the lot that we looked at on the last slide for the co-op. So I'll kind of scroll through these so we don't spend too much time on them. This is a zoning map showing that it's I-2 Heavy Industrial. And these are the same images showing the lots in the existing buildings. So I'll kind of go through these so we don't have to look at those again. So the first image you'll see here after the pictures that were taken are some proposed elevations for the buildings. So this is building 1, option 1. And this is kind of another side shot of the elevation showing the parking with some of the landscaping around the building. Let's see, we'll keep scrolling down here. This is more of the elevation package here. This image here kind of shows the material legend for the elevations that's proposed. So it kind of shows the paint colors. As you can see, some of the soft grays and the whites being proposed there on the sides of the building with the black trim around the the windows. Now, this is another elevation package that's been proposed, and the applicant might be able to give a little bit more clarification on the difference, but this is building 1, option 2. So this is just another option for elevations on the same building. So we'll scroll on down here to the site plan. So as you can see in this image, I'll blow it up a little bit here. This site plan consists of buildings. Oh, I apologize. It's loading. Buildings 1 through 4. So as you can see, below it's lot 2, and to the east is lot 3. So this lot's going to have a large square footage of buildings on it. And there's just a larger image there. So let's see here. As far as comments go from the planning, the entire site must go to BOZA with a comprehensive sign package that includes directional signs. And the First United Methodist Church is zoned industrial, so there's no buffer issue there. So that's good. And then I believe all engineering comments have been addressed, unless there are some from utilities, it looks like.
There are a couple from utilities, but it's just a schematic drawing issue that usually gets worked out between the engineer and Scott Tatalovich before final permits are pulled. So that's a fairly normal way, but I couldn't get a hold of Scott, so I couldn't erase them off the comments because they're his.
Thank you, sir. Is there a representative here this evening for this project?
Good evening.
Name and address for the record, sir.
Rob Arts, 10 Lee Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee.
Thank you, sir. The option 1 and option 2, would you like to go over that for us?
Yes, unfortunately, I won't have a ton of clarity on that, and Jeff with Panettone is not going to be able to be here today. So happy to discuss with that at a later date. I'm not sure if anyone else has received any clarification. I think it's just a little bit of differentiation between where the brick patterns are specifically.
I can speak to that.
Please,
Mr.
Mayor.
Chairman. So I met with Jeff before workshop on the 16th, and he showed me 2 different versions of this, and just asking what my thoughts were on it. And ultimately, it comes down to Planning Commission, which version. He said, as far as price-wise, it wasn't a big deal for them. You have that one, which has the appearance of brick all along the corner, and that's how each of the buildings that are in the overlay would look on the corners that are windowed like that for entrances. And then the other one is where there's 3 panels, and that's also in the packet. And Jake may be able to scroll up to it.
Yes, let's see.
Keep going.
Right.
Nope, that's the full one.
Let's see. Oh,
Yeah, that's the paneled one. It's where it's hard to see on here. If you look in your packets, though, it's a little bit easier to see. But it's basically those 2 choices that we have. And we just need to decide which one. Jeff was fine with either one. They just needed that direction as to which way to go.
Questions, comments, Mr. Terry?
No, I like option 1 personally.
Okay, hold on, we need to differentiate. Is this one option 1, what's on the screen,
think
or
that's
is the
option
whole
1 on the
brick
screen.
version option 1?
This says option 1 is the one with the panels and the brick on the corners.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, I had to zoom out, sorry. So, yeah, you have option 1 and option 2.
And yourself?
Like option 1.
Sir?
Option 2.
Ma'am?
1.
I think we'll go with 1.
Understood.
And so make sure that's included in the motion when we get to that point. Do we have any other questions or comments? for ourselves or for the applicant?
I have one question. It shows on this side, is that going to be gray or is that black?
Which
On
portion?
the far side where it has coming down that,
Kind of down the street.
yes, sir.
I believe it's mostly gray. It's a lighter gray and then a dark gray.
Because originally they were talking about it would be black, everything would be black or white. Would you want that to stay gray or?
Bless you. It was there was discussed at one point as far as all of it being black and white, and then I believe Mark found that there was some brown in there, and there was some fun discussion on that. But I mean,
Jake, could you see what the PT-01 and 03
Yes.
are?
now I want to say
Thank you,
that
sir.
they said the brown was just due to the way the printing
Printer.
was.
Yeah.
So
So the PT-01 is black. And the PT-0, did you say 3?
02 and 03.
Okay, so 02 is stated as software, so I'm guessing that's just the name of the paint code. And then PT-03 is gray.
Yeah, I believe they're both gray shades.
Offshoot thereof. Satisfied, sir?
Yes.
Any other questions or comments? We will entertain a motion.
I make a motion to accept with option 1 as the color elevation.
We have a motion to accept with option 1. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 11, site plan, Co-op Business Park, Lot 2, 3 buildings totaling 442,000 square feet on 32.1 acres, requested by Kenley Horn. Property located on Old Waldron Road, tax map 15, parcel 24 and 28, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Tennessee Farmers Cooperative, Inc. Mr. Jack.
Thank you, sir. So this item is for the site plan for Lot 2 of the Co-op Business Park. It's totaling 442,000 square feet, so it's barely smaller than the Lot 1 proposed square footage. So these are just some similar images here, aerials of the current co-op lot. I'll scroll down here. So there's a lot outlined in blue, just like the previous items. The lot is zoned I-2 heavy industrial in the darker blue shade there. And these are the same images that we were looking at on the last couple of items. So I'll go ahead and scroll through here to the actual site plan, or excuse me, the elevations. So the elevations that you're seeing here, I believe, are just mimicking the options on the previous lot. So it's just a little bit different looking building, but as far as the colors go, I believe it's the same as the option 1 on the previous lot. So I'll scroll through here. It'll load. So there is the side elevation again, kind of showing what the side of the building will look like with parking next to it. Kind of gives you an idea of how it'll look overall. And there is the material legend that we were looking at a little while ago. And that's just the second option for the elevation with the solid brick that the mayor was stating that is kind of sectional in the first option that everyone liked. And we'll keep scrolling down here to the site plan. So here is the site plan showing Lot 2. So the 3 buildings will be building 5, 6, and 7 that are making up Lot 2. It's a little bit over 33 acres, totaling the section here, with Lot 3 to the east and Lot 1 to the north. So part of this lot will be fronting Waldron Road with, it looks like an access point coming off of Old Waldron there. believe that's majority of the visuals for the site plan there. As far as planning goes, the staff is satisfied with the locations of the sign at this time. Since the entire site must go with BOZA, just like stated on the last item. And since First United Methodist is zone industrial, there's no buffer issue there, kind of like on the last slot. I believe that there are a couple engineering comments though, so I'll pass that to Mr. Ladd.
There was just one, and it was actually a problem with the paper copy. The PDF copy that's part of public record is fine, so I withdraw the comment. There's no comments.
Perfect, thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
Are we going to vote on option 1 or option 2 again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We didn't need to specify unless you want them to be different.
No,
Okay.
I was just making sure.
We'll entertain an option or a motion.
I make a motion to accept with option 1.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a motion to accept with option 1 for the overlay plan. We have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 12, site plan, Co-op Business Park Lot 3, 2 buildings totaling 171,244 square feet on 43.88 acres, requested by Kimley Horn, property located on Old Waldron Road, tax map 15, parcel 24 and 28, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Tennessee Farmers Cooperative, Inc. If you would be so kind, sir.
Thanks, sir. So this item is covering Lot 3 site plan for the Co-op Business Park with square footage totaling 171,244 square feet. So the amount of square foot on this lot is a little bit less than half on the 2 previous lots. It'll contain buildings 8 and 9. So to scroll through some images we've already seen, there's the lot for the Co-op Business Park, with the zoning in the dark blue there being I-2 heavy industrials. These are just some of the images we talked about previously, showing some of the open spaces and current buildings that are on the Co-op Business Park lot right now. We will scroll down to the site plan submittal. Let's see. So you can see the Lot 3 is to the east of Lot 1 and 2, with buildings 8 and 9 shown on there, with building 9 being significantly smaller than building 8. I do not see the elevations on this packet right here, but I believe they'll be similar to Lot 1 and 2, and the applicant can probably answer that. As far as comments goes, sidewalks along Old Waldron need to be addressed because there are some sidewalks that go in front of the Maxim business that's next door, crane service. And then I believe that there are a couple comments from engineering to Mr. Ladd.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. On this set, the fire department connections are not shown. It's an easy fix, but they are not shown.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Do we have a representative here this evening? Name and address one more time.
10 Lee Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee.
Thank you, sir. We have a couple of items that need to be addressed.
Yes, understood. Yeah, from the architectural side, these buildings aren't in the overlay, so the elevations weren't submitted, but I do believe they're intended to be similar. I don't know for sure on the color schemes, but we can check on that. FDCs, we'll get those added. That's not a problem. I'm going to set up a meeting with Scott to go over the metering for the entire co-op building. And then as far as the sidewalks go, I'm not sure if any of the exhibits that we were working on got sent around to you. I know Jeff had sent it over to Graham last week. Obviously, he's not here. We're trying to figure out, basically, with all the conflicts that we have, we can't put the sidewalk on the south side, and putting on the north side gets really far into the co-op property to kind of avoid all of the electric lines and telephone junction boxes and water meters and all that stuff on that side. So we're still kind of ironing out exactly where we could put the sidewalk, if at all, on that portion of the property on the south side there. But understand that that's the desire of the commission, because the the building adjacent to it does have it. They just, unfortunately for us, we didn't develop a greenfield site. We've got all the existing infrastructure to try to work around, so
Yes, sir.
still working out on that one.
Questions or comments? With there being a few outstanding items, just need to decide how we want to proceed, everyone.
I'll make a motion to defer.
We have a motion to defer. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. We'll discuss it at workshop, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Item number 13, concept plan, LaVergne Business Center, 2 buildings totaling 346,800 square feet on 29 acres, requested by Kimley Horn. Property located at 1701 Mars Street, tax map 14, parcels 4601 and 25, I-1 Light Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Big Acquisitions LLC. Mr. Jack.
Thank you, sir. I am scrolling down here to get to this item. So this item is a concept plan for the LaVergne Business Center. It's made up of 2 buildings, which will be a little under 350,000 square feet. I'll scroll down here to get to the aerial. So as you can see in this image here, the property outlined in blue is the lot being discussed, which bumps right up to Minerva right here. And the site being discussed is this larger, you can see there's a larger lot right here, but it's also connected to a smaller lot right here in the front, which fronts Minerva. So there's just a little bit more zoomed out aerial there. You can see in relativity, there's the Walmart location, so you can kind of get a little bit better idea of the size of this lot. So the lot is currently zoned I-1 Light Industrial, which is the light blue color that you're seeing right here in the outline going around it. So I'll scroll down here to some of the images of the property here. So this image right here is just showing straight ahead would be the lot that's wooded that you're seeing. This is the neighbor's access that cuts alongside of the property, the smaller lot that's in front of the proposed site. So it's actually right here is the area that we're discussing. So this is the current home that's at 1701 Mars, and this is the home that's proposed to be demoed for access to the site. And here is just another image of that home right here. So I will scroll down here to the concept plan submittal. So here is a overview, this is an overview of the the site right here, with building 1 being 181,000 square feet and building 2 being 165,000 square feet. And showing it bumping up right to Minerva Drive. You can kind of see right here the smaller lot that is proposed to use for access right here where the house is in the images previously. So this is just kind of showing, this image right here is just kind of showing the current owner and a little bit more detailed imagery of the lots surrounding the proposed site. So I'll just go on to some of the comments here. There were some pretty significant ones from planning, with the first one being that staff recommends that the applicant plan using access from Dick Buchanan instead of the current access being proposed from Mars and Minerva, with access from Dick Buchanan Street either directly or indirectly. The existing lot at 1701 Mars is zoned residential and would need to be rezoned to industrial in order to be used as part of the industrial park, which is the smaller lot you're seeing right there at the bottom of the screen. A private easement was considered on December 16th after the workshop, but the easement creates even more issues, including access for emergency services such as fire, and emergency cannot access through a private easement for various legal reasons. The owner should dedicate a right-of-way all the way to the property line at a minimum to create public right-of-way and extended Minerva Drive. A 50-foot buffer will be required between all industrial and residential land that's surrounding the property, and a cul-de-sac will most likely be required to be installed by the developer at the end of Minerva. I believe there is a couple comments from Mr. Lott in engineering, so I will pass it over to him.
Thank you, sir.
Apologize for not being at the workshop. I know y'all discussed traffic quite a bit, but I did, after reviewing the traffic study and the response to the engineering comments based on the traffic study, I talked to Mr. Beeler at length and recommended that at y'all's discretion that he talk to you some more about it, because we are looking at some fairly significant issues, particularly with the left turn out of Minerva onto Murfreesboro Road. The PM peak, particularly right now, their traffic study says it's 55 seconds per car to make that left turn. Without the site in the future projected, it goes to 107. With the site developed, it goes to over 300. And the AM is not as bad, but similar. Existing is 112. Without the site in the future, it goes to 213, and projected with the site, again, over 300. So I just felt that y'all might want to discuss that more.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a representative here this evening for this project? Name and address for the
Good
record,
evening.
sir.
I apologize if my voice gives out at any time. I am fighting a Christmas cold. Brett Beeler, 10 Leah Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee.
Thank you, sir. There's quite a few items that we need to discuss, and obviously we're not going to cross that bridge today.
Yep.
Do you want to touch on the traffic?
Yeah, I'd like to kind of work top to bottom just to make sure. We worked extensively through the access question at the workshop. I was a little disheartened to see the recommendation to abandon the site plan still from planning, even though we worked through some of the access. So I just want to reiterate what we propose is the shortest, quickest, in our opinion, best access route that is available currently today. So I just want to make that statement again this evening. Speaking about the comment 3, the private access easement, my main question would be, would Planning Commission and staff approve or consider that being a public access easement versus private? And would that dissuade those legal concerns?
I believe that would be something that'd have to be discussed with the city planner,
Yes, sir.
and so that's definitely something you'll have to meet in-house with him to discuss.
Okay, that would be my first recommendation, is that maybe the word public versus private would kind of clear that issue, which we're very happy to do so, and that's obviously can be revised on the plat. The dedication of right-of-way, again, the public access easement, I think would get rid of that, clear that comment, but I think that is an option that we're open to if the public access easement is ultimately not pursued by us and planning staff. The last, I want to talk about the cul-de-sac one real quick before moving on to traffic. To be clear, the cul-de-sac, are we intending on that to be at the intersection of Minerva and Mars, or on the emergency access drive side to the north?
I believe at the intersection of Minerva and Mars.
And I guess my only question would be, what is driving that requirement?
I believe it would have to just do with, from what I understood Mr. Logan was talking about, I wanted to say that it had to do with access for emergency vehicles, being able to turn around, but I guess we'll need to clarify that a little bit more with him.
I would clarify with Mr. Logan.
We can certainly
in the
work through
meeting.
that. Again, I think a lot of those are kind of lumped into one, and I think they can all be cleared by just making that a public access easement, is my opinion, but we'll work through that.
My personal thoughts are you turn that into a three-way stop, and
That's the current proposed solution.
that would, and, you know, if fire or EMS have to go in there, they, you know, turn around on property, but that's me just spitballing it.
I like that idea.
And again, on the current site plan, there is a proposed stop sign to be placed at Mars. Oh, but you want a three-way stop? Sorry, yeah.
Yeah,
We can
it
definitely make
stopped
that
you
happen.
guys, it would stop Mars and stop Minerva. That way,
Right.
people aren't just going to go straight through.
Yeah, I
Kind
think
of like what we did with Greenwood.
we're completely fine with that. Going on to traffic, yes, I've talked extensively with Mr. Lyde about this one. I just want to state a couple of quick things, and I'm going to pass it off to our traffic engineer to kind of back up most of the meat and potatoes of the report. Just to give some brief background, so there's the existing model that's run, which is traffic as it is today. There's the background model that's run, which is the traffic of tomorrow, theoretical tomorrow. And then there's the projected traffic model, which is tomorrow plus us being built. And so there's several levels of services that do decrease from existing to background. And again, that's just due to the natural growth that the model runs. And again, that's without us. So that's where you're seeing some of these level of services decrease. And so on the specific ones that Mr. Lyde has mentioned, it is our site that is flipping those to the next tier of level of service. But I just want to make that clear. A majority of these are either right on the cusp or were triggered by the natural growth of LaVergne. And I'll pass to Tyler Fosness here, our traffic engineer.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm Tyler Fosness, 500 11th Avenue in Nashville. So basically, our traffic study recommendations were focused mainly on Minerva Drive. We recommended turn lanes on the southbound approach of Minerva Drive, and which helps to get right turns. So you get an increase in delay for left turns with our project site, but with the right turn lane, all those right turning vehicles can get out. It gives them an exit path out of there. We also recommended left and right turn lanes on Murfreesboro Road onto Minerva Drive, because with our traffic study, we also prohibited vehicles from our site to make that left onto Mars Street and go down Mercury Drive down to Murfreesboro, or go into that neighborhood at all. So we're trying to keep all the traffic from the site onto Minerva Drive, where all these improvements are being implemented. So that's the biggest improvement we can make to Mercury Drive. As far as the delay increasing, our traffic that we add to Mercury Drive, the intersections of Mercury Drive and Fergus Drive, are exclusively through volumes. So the way analysis works, it's not really a linear equation straight up. It kind of curves based on the volumes, and not to get too in the weeds of that, but when you look at sort of it going from level of service C at Fergus Road to level of service D at Fergus Road under projected conditions, and then you look at the volumes we're adding to the site, our projections show that we are adding, let's see, I had this, 30 trips to the Fergus Road intersection. That's going eastbound and westbound combined on Murfreesboro Road, and then 32 in the PM peak. And that's compared to over 1,000, close to 2,000 trips on Murfreesboro Road. So it's just sort of basically what is our impact of our site, and that's why there were no improvements recommended for those two intersections, basically. And I'm happy to answer any other questions if we need to get more specific about anything, or if there's something I missed.
As I said to the other gentleman, there's a laundry list of things that we need to get covered. So, do we have any questions or comments?
I've got some questions, and yes, you stay here. for these. Gary, I'm going to rope you into some of this, if you don't mind, and if you can't answer, just say you can't. But when it comes to the traffic study and the level of service for our roads, how do we, with the assumption that this development comes in, how do we maintain current levels today with whatever traffic impact they have?
Okay, current levels today, I mean, because they explained it pretty well. We got the 3 levels. We have current levels today, then we have projected without their development at the time their development opens, and then we have projected with their development. So maintaining current levels today would be significant widenings and work out on Murfreesboro Road. Whether that's a traffic signal, I don't know, but this study did not recommend that, and it's a significant project to maintain current levels that we have today in the future, especially with this development.
Okay. Let me ask you the same question. How do we maintain the levels that it's at today with this? Because I'm going to just jump out here and say you're the subject matter expert on traffic. So how would you say we maintain current levels with this impact?
I say that's kind of a tricky question. I mean, there's ways to improve traffic at each intersection. There's different things you can do, whether it's adding turn lanes or sort of adjustments to the signal timing, maybe sometimes that helps at signalized intersections, obviously. As far as putting a traffic signal, it would help operations, but it's not warranted. And so we have a traffic signal warrant analysis in the study, and based on the MUTCD warrants, just sort of the industry standards, it doesn't meet the signal warrants. And based on the volumes, if it doesn't meet signal warrants over a certain amount of hours per day, then that causes putting in a signal where it shouldn't be, basically causes a lot more safety problems than it helps. So that's why we have those signal warrants in place to sort of analyze where to put signals. Other than that, it's sort of a case-by-case basis, and that's where we kind of landed on the turn lanes on Minerva Drive and trying to restrict everybody to using Minerva Drive as opposed to Mercury and going through the neighborhood and that kind of thing.
Okay. And this may be a question either for you or the engineer or the developer, but is the thought here that we will have tractor trailers coming out of here trying to make a left-hand turn?
Andrew Mazey with Brennan Investment Group, representing the developer. My address is 4117 Hillsborough Pike in Nashville. So tractor trailers, we're anticipating 100% leaving our site, going directly south on Minerva, and then once they arrive at the intersection of Murfreesboro Road, some will go east and some will go west.
Okay, so yes, they will be making left-hand turns. That can be troublesome just from the fact of the incline over there. So to make you aware, because I think that incline is significant. I don't go through there a whole lot. The only other thing I want to address on here, which I think this is more staff, probably Jake more, and I know you didn't prepare all this, Jake, Bo did, but looking at a map, this whole, the statement about going through Dick Buchanan Street, I know at workshop it was stated that there was an easement discussion, but the other party just to the north weren't interested in having that discussion. The only other recourse I can see, which this I think is just as bad of one, is to buy one of the trailers on, I think it's Humboldt, and then have to go through Newview, but Newview's not built to take that, and that's the only other route I can see going to Dick Buchanan. And
Yeah, I think,
I just don't see it being possible if that northern group isn't going to discuss with them, because there's no other access points other than New View. But
yeah, I think the thought there was, at least with Dick Buchanan, tractor trailers and large trucks drive up and down that road daily.
Yeah.
With a light being there. And it's known that the roadway can hold weight and the bearing of the trucks. And I think a lot of the concern here is with the current roadway on Minerva. I think there's a lot of questions surrounding whether trucks will be able to drive on that road without damaging it, and also without there being a light on Minerva. I know we just discussed this, but when trucks are turning left out of the property, many people know that if you go anywhere up and down that road and try to pull back out on Murfreesboro Road and turn left, you're waiting for some time before there's nobody coming from the left or right. So even if it's clear on the left, if a tractor trailer pulls out into that median there to get across, it's most likely going to be blocking this whole northbound lane. So I think the thought process there was that Dick Buchanan already has the majority of the infrastructure in place for trucks to come out on that road. As far as access getting there, I see your point exactly about how hard it'd be to get there. I just think the thought was that since there's already 18-wheelers going up and down that road daily, or large trucks, that that was a better idea versus.
yeah, it would be nice. It's just,
It would be ideal.
it's not, when you have the largest parcel owner over there not willing to play ball, then
Right.
it's, because New View would turn into a one-way street. I'm not sure enough that there's enough turn radius from New View onto Dick Buchanan as well.
I don't think so. I've been over there with other organizations, and to try and turn out of New View, it's
And then
pretty hairy.
this is a question for the engineer with this, is the turn radius, if I'm coming off of Murfreesboro Road, coming north, so coming from Smyrna, and there's a tractor trailer in that turn lane, or there's anyone sitting in that turn lane, is there enough room for the tractor trailer to make that turn? Because I know we see them making wide turns all over the city, so.
To make the left from Minerva, you're saying?
To make a right-hand turn onto Minerva coming from basically Walmart.
So we widened all the lanes at that intersection and set back the left turn lane for that reason exactly, to make sure that has enough turn movement.
Okay.
Enough space there to make that motion, yeah.
Any other questions or comments? And are you going to submit for rezoning on the house property should it end up going that direction? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's
My
what,
my approach is still to maintain that as an access easement, and hopes that it could be a public access easement.
Okay.
And
so that'll
that
cross
mean
that
it wouldn't
bridge.
need to
That
be
would-
rezoned.
well, that would need to be figured out by Bo, who's not here, so that would fall into next month.
Yeah.
I do have one other question I just thought of, because I was looking at the map. I don't remember if we discussed this whenever y'all first started looking at this site, but the property line for the home crosses over with the neighbor's driveway. Like the shot that Bo was showing us of the neighbor's driveway, that driveway is actually in y'all's property.
There must be some old handshake deal about cross-access there.
And that's what I'm just wanting to find out is what if, or how will that be handled? Because it looks like, at least for him, to be able to access his property, something's got to occur. So have y'all had any conversations on that?
I will say, we do show improvements and reconnections for his driveway in the bend there on Mars and Minerva.
Okay.
But I'll let Andrew speak to anything
Yeah,
else.
we're going to grant the neighbor an easement.
Okay.
As well as construct the culvert and the driveway portion that's on our property for them for free.
Okay, yeah, looking at it, it's both on the property line and then crosses over, so.
Yeah, we'll maintain a curb cut for him and do all those improvements.
I'm done with questions. It's everybody else now.
I have one question, just to help me kind of understand. So in the traffic flow, the number of cars per second or what it goes through, what is the number that would require it to have a light at that intersection? What's the difference in those two numbers?
There's multiple factors to it, but I will again, you're going to get the whole roster here. I'll pump back to Tyler.
Yeah, so the, so it's not really related to the level of service average delay numbers that we were going over earlier, in terms of a traffic signal warrant, because those level of service delays are just specifically for the AM peak hour and the PM peak hour, just during rush hour when it's the worst during the day. For the traffic signal warrant, it's based on it has to meet the volume criteria, which is a comparison between the major street and the minor street for over 8 hours of a day. And that's just to ensure that a signal's not there when really it only meets the warrant for 1 hour, because the rest of the hours a day, it causes unnecessary safety problems.
Because I live on that side of town and travel Murfreesboro Road quite a bit, and I can see a semi-truck trying to turn left out of there, and he's going to make a traffic light because he's not going to be able to, to go left, because traffic seems to flow through there pretty good any time of the day to me. It just seems. I almost think a traffic light there would warrant the left turn, would help with them getting out of there. What's your
Length of the truck, length of the road.
Yeah. Because if he tries to turn left and he's got traffic coming from the, I guess, west, then he's going to block that traffic if it's still coming from the,
Already have the accidents to trigger that.
whichever way. I'm confused on the directions, but,
South, north.
okay. Anyway, but if he's turning left, he's going to end up blocking one side of the road. I just think a light would help that.
Yeah, I understand, and it's sort of, we just go by the warrants set by just sort of the industry standards, just because it's based on sort of lots of data over many years, and that's just what the analysis shows. But I mean, I understand that situation could come up with truck drivers out there.
Yeah, because I know at Dick Buchanan, I've seen a few pretty nasty accidents at that red light, so,
All down Murfreesboro Road.
yeah.
No further questions?
I have just one for staff, maybe legal, but I don't know. Do we need to defer this so that Bo can have conversations about the public easement, if that's appropriate or not? And either Jake or Gary can weigh in on that.
Yeah, I think Bo would definitely have a little bit, or probably a lot more insight as far as to why he is recommending the rezoning over the public or private easement access.
Well, the private is pretty, it's listed there. It's pretty simple. It's about
Yeah, as far as
emergency services, but
And Jake and I did look at length, since this is a plat, we looked at the subdivision regulations and their requirements about access. And we would like the opportunity to work some with Mr. Dodd, because it is not real straightforward the way it's worded in terms of whether public access or public right-of-way access versus easement access is required or not in this particular case. They're both listed in there, and just the wording was a little muddy to us.
so is that a yes or a no?
We would like more time to talk.
The long explanation.
Thank you, sir. With that, we'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to defer.
We have a motion to defer. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion deferred.
Thank you,
We will
guys.
see you at workshop. Thank you. Item number 14, preliminary plat, LaVergne Business Center, 2 lots totaling 29 acres, requested by Kimley Horn. Property located at 1701 Mars Street, tax map 14, parcels 46.01 and 25. I-1 Light Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Big Acquisitions LLC. Mr. Jake.
Thank you, sir. This item is for the preliminary plat for the LaVergne Business Center, which it was the item that we were just previously discussing. See, I will scroll down here to get some of the aerial imagery here so we can see that again. So there is the lot that we've been discussing on the previous item, bumping up to Minerva Drive right there. Let's see. There's just kind of a zoomed out version of the aerial, showing some relativity to Dick Buchanan Street on the west side of the image and Walmart, a little bit south of the property. So the property is currently zoned I-1 light industrial. And here are some of those images that we discussed on the previous item. Oh, excuse me. So this is just the home there that's at 1701, where the access will be cutting through to the property. Let's see. So here is the plat that's been submitted with the 2 lots. I will zoom in here so we can get a little bit better view of that. So you have lot 1 on the left side and lot 2 on the right, with a 3rd lot located down on the south side with the home that's currently built on it. So I will move on here to some of the staff comments. So basically all the comments from planning are everything that we mentioned on the previous item. Nothing new from the concept plan submittal, and it looks like all of the engineering comments are addressed. So.
Thank you, sir. Questions or comments? None, we will entertain a motion.
Just from a legal standpoint, do we need to defer the concept and plats kind of go together? And is there a ticking time frame for plats? I know we've got a couple of items that are ticking time bombs.
I don't have an answer on the time frame. You don't have to defer it. It may make more sense to do them together. I'll have to get back to you on a time frame. I don't know. I would think Mr. Logan would know more about that. Maybe Jake does. Sorry.
I do not have the time frame on the top of my head, but from my opinion, seeing as they kind of go hand in hand with each other and we're deferring the concept plan, I think that might be appropriate for the plat submittal also.
Thank you. Further questions? We will entertain a motion.
I make a motion to defer.
A motion to defer. Do we have a second?
Our second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 15, final plat Portico Place, Section 2, Phase 2, and subdivision of common areas A and B of Section 2, Phase 1. 52 lots on 15.69 acres requested by SEC Inc. Property located on Blair Road, tax map 29, parcel 20.04, PDR Planned Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Blair Road LLC. Mr. Jake.
Thank you, sir. This item is for the final plat of Portico Place, Section 2, Phase 2. It is containing 52 lots with just a little under 16 acres. Let's see. Here is an aerial image of the lot being discussed with the mobile home park to the west of the lot in the image, and High Point 24, which in the image here is under construction, which is now being built on to the north of the lot. And this is just a little bit more zoomed out image of the lot here outlined in blue, with High Point 24 being over here and some apartments, and also the mobile home park being located to the west of the lot. So the lot is currently zoned PDR, which is right here in the stripe section outlined by blue. And below this, we have a couple images of the lot, just to kind of give you an idea of what it looks like. So here's some of the construction that's currently, or it's been going on, in Portico Place. So there it gives you an idea of just kind of some of the homes that are being built there and some of the architecture. And I will scroll down to the final plat here so we can take a look at that. So as you can see here, you can see the number of lots on the left side of the screen right here. So this will be the area that we are discussing right now. And I'll move on to comments here. There are no comments from planning, and it looks like that there are no comments from engineering also.
Very good, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Just one.
Yes, sir.
This will be for the applicant.
If the applicant is here, would you come to the podium, please?
I'm just wanting to make sure lot 38 is buildable. We're not going to have a variance request or anything for that.
Lot 38 against the stream.
Okay.
Yes, it should.
And if you would name and address.
Craig
for the
Urian,
record.
101 Forest Crossing.
Thank you very much, sir. Any further questions or comments while we have him at the podium?
It says here 52 lots, but they're showing 67.
Lot number 67.
It starts numbering at
It
16.
starts, the numbering's confusing.
Oh,
Because it
okay.
includes one also, and it loops around.
Oh, okay, so it starts.
So there's 52 lots.
Okay,
but they're-
thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. We have a second.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion passes. Item number 16, concept plan, burnt wood, creation of 8 lots in common area on 3.9 acres, requested by Huddleston Steel. Property located on Burnt Wood Drive and Vineyard Lane, tax map 32, parcel 6.03, R1 low density residential zoning district, property owned by Gaddy Homes. Mr. Jack.
Sir, so this item is for the creation of 8 lots for the Burntwood subdivision. Let's see if I can scroll down to the image here. So you can see on the screen here, as I move over to the aerial imagery, it backs up to Blair Road right here, which is on the north side of the property right here on the screen on the north side. And it also borders Vineyard Lane and Burntwood Drive right here. So that's a really zoomed out aerial imagery right there, but there's the lot right there in the middle outlined in the blue, which backs up to the subdivision and the curve on Blair Road. So the lot is currently zoned, I can zoom in here, maybe get a better visual. R1 low density residential, so it's this orangish area right here, outlined in the blue, right under the curve of Blair Road. And we have some images here of what the lot currently looks like, which is this wooded area right here. So this right here is the lot that we're currently discussing. So I will move on down here. So we can see the concept plan. So as you can see in this image here, it's composed of 8 lots circling around a cul-de-sac, with all of the lots being fairly large. with majority of them being over a quarter-acre lot, so they are fairly large-sized lots. As far as comments go, there's none from planning, and I believe that there is just one from the utility side that I will let Mr. Lott speak on.
Mr. Tatalovich requested that the existing water line be specifically labeled an 8-inch, and that was not done. However, it's a concept plan. The water line is shown in the correct place. There's nothing on this plan that is actually incorrect, and the 8-inch can be added at the preliminary plat level.
Very good, thank you. Have any questions or comments? Mayor?
Can we have the engineer?
Representative for this project, please come to the podium. State your name and address for the record.
Enoch Jarrell with Hollis and Steel Engineering in Murfreesboro.
Sir.
Hello, Enoch. Was lot 4 adjusted? I know we discussed that
We
workshop.
did. We moved the lot line between 4 and 5. 5 is smaller, 4 is larger. It's got quite a bit larger building envelope. You can have at least a 50 by 50 footprint on that lot easily to give it to the, I guess that'd be the north side of the lot. There is a power line, along Blair Road. So we made lot 4 larger to give it a larger footprint for a house. So it's got a nice size envelope.
Okay, and just for reference, to remind me, for 3 and 4, how far back off the road is the building envelope going to be?
It's about 60 feet from the right of way is with the power line. I guess you're talking about.
Well, I'm thinking future widening.
The right of way of Blair is 60 feet, I believe.
Okay.
Which I assume meets your major thoroughfare plan, but I know that across the road, the Schofter property was looking at some development. I'm not sure, maybe some road improvements. I'm not sure there. I heard discussions
about getting together with them on that.
Yeah. What the Blair Road today is a ditch section street. We'll end up with a sidewalk along Blair, probably near the right of way. We could even put the sidewalk on lots 3 and 4 in an easement, to allow for future widening wouldn't be a problem. You're not, that's not going to be developable in any way with the power line. So we could put the sidewalk. We can work with engineering when we submit our preliminary plat and construction plans and determine the best location for that sidewalk. But it could very easily be on lots 3 and 4 in an easement to allow for future widening.
Got that for final?
Yeah.
Very good. Any other questions or comments?
I make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. We have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you,
Thank you.
sir. Item number 17, recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Alderman, new zoning ordinance and zoning map. Do we have a update, sir?
Yes, so we don't have anything visually in the packet to look at on the screen, but Mr. Logan and I have been working with Ms. Williams and Mr. Brown on getting some things squared away in the ordinance and the map. I think Juliet might be able to speak a little bit more in detail on it than I will be.
Hello, Commissioners. Yes, we're still working on that, and I know we have been working on this for a while. It's a tremendous amount of work. However, we're still working with Todd. He is our GIS mapper for the city. We have some information from Smyrna because we want to make sure that the Smyrna airport maps are correct. So that's what we're working on currently. But yes, we're hoping to have this done hopefully by the next workshop or so. So we're working hard, I promise.
Thank you. And for legal, with this being an agenda item, do we need to vote and defer? Or can we call it discussion?
Says recommendation.
We can go ahead and vote to defer. I think that's the best course of action.
Very good.
Well,
Mayor?
I'll make a motion to defer it, but I do want to make one statement once we have a motion and a second.
Thank you. We have a motion to defer. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
He wants a discussion.
Oh, it's discussion. You didn't call it, sir.
I did just want to address from the
Thank you.
public comment period. This commission did honor every request that came to us for residents to maintain their current zoning. Not just Marlowe, but also the Fergus properties, the LaVergne Business Park property.
Jefferson Pike.
Jefferson Pike. There are multiple ones. So our thought was if we're doing it for one, we're doing it for all, regardless of how we feel about these different properties. So so that I wanted to address that with this so that it's out there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. And last item is bonds and letters of credit. Ma'am, if you don't mind.
Hi again. All the bonds, you should have a list in front of you. Everything's been updated. We do have one expiring in January. I have already reached out to the bank, and they are working on that. So besides that, everything looks good.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the board? With that, I would like to thank everyone for their time. It's been a wonderful year. We've gotten a lot done. And just thank you. Meeting adjourned.
of smiles. I do. We are so happy to be here today. What a great crowd. I want you to thank Miss Lorna for this summer reading program. Let's give her a hand. I have known Miss Lorna for many, many years. Love her to death. Used to drive the bookmobile over here. Met her then. Miss Donna and I used to be at Smyrna. I got so many ties into LaVergne. I just absolutely love it. This fella over here is just awesome. You're going to see that in just a minute. This is my cousin Jesse. His granny and my mama, no, his granny and my daddy are brother and sister. That's how we're kin. So, all of his grandparents, both of his grandparents were on the Grand Ole Opry. So naturally, Jesse said, I'm going to play too. Guys, he's only 17 and he started when he was 4. Okay? Isn't that awesome? So I'm so glad to have him. Give him a hand. So glad to have him. So the two of us together make up the Imagine That crew. That's us, all right? We just put our heads together one day and said, boy, can you imagine that crew together? And look what happened. There we are. We're going to have a lot of fun today, guys. I have all kinds of cool stuff. Jesse has written songs. He's going to play some music that is just too cool, okay? Are y'all ready to have some fun? Yeah! Are you ready? I need to know if you're happy and you know it, because I forgot my coffee this morning, so you got to help me wake up. Will you do that for me? Okay, stand up, guys. Here we go. Now, last time, Jesse tricked me, and he kept going faster and faster and faster and ran off and left me when we did this song. You think we can do it? Think we can do it? I think so. Here we go. You ready? If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, jump up and down. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, jump up and down. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, jump up and down. What else do we do? He's getting faster and faster. What do we do? What? Clap our hands again. Okay, here we go. You ready? If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. You got it, Sandy. I love it. 1, 2, 3, 4, bottoms on the floor. Awesome. Let's stretch that left arm. Oh, no, right. Let's stretch that right arm. You ready? Oh, yeah. Let's stretch that left arm. Oh, yeah. I think we're up now. Hey, guys. Your summer reading program this year, what's the theme? Raise your hand if you can tell me the theme or the title of your summer reading program. What you got, babe? Dream Big, Read. I love it. Boy, we went somewhere, I forget where it was, and all of them just looked at me. They didn't have the same theme. Whoops. So anyway, but you guys are the same as us. Dream Big, Read. Now, I have a question for you. There's 2 kinds of dreaming, right? One's where you go sleep. Let's go sleep. You ready? Take a nap. And it's where you dream. And you hear some music and you have dreams like that, right? Okay, everybody wake up. Then there's another dream. You're going to dream about or have in mind what you want to be when you grow up. That's another dream. So raise your hand if you know what you're going to be. I'm going to find out a little later, but raise your hand. So do you understand the difference? One is where we go to sleep and we're dreaming, right? And one is where we know what we're going to be and we're going to dream to be that when we grow up. Got it? Got it? Awesome. Well, you know what? Our friend Varmint came today, and I kind of forgot to tell Varmint what our theme was. So he's going to need y'all's help. Major. Are y'all ready? Let's go get him. I think he's back here. Did we put him back here, Jess?
I think he's back here.
Okay, let's go sing. Let's go sing. 1, 2, 3. Varmint! Good morning. Good morning. Oh. Oh, your house is raining or you're getting out. Oh my goodness. Say good morning, Varmint. Good morning. Oh, why are you shaking? What's the matter? he likes to eat a whole lot, guys. But anyway, we are doing the summer reading program, and it's called Dream Big, Read. Aw, what's the matter, Varmint? That just means, what do you want to be when you grow up? I don't want to grow up. Aw. Can you say, aw? He doesn't want to grow up, guys. Well, I tell you what. Let's talk about some things that maybe you could be when you grow up. Anybody got any ideas? And maybe Varmint can go look. What you got, buddy?
I can be small when I grow up.
Yeah, what do you think Varmint could be when he grows up? Any ideas? Let's give him some hints. What you got, baby?
I'll be a builder.
And build a Sonic right there. Yeah, you can build a Sonic. One of them told you yesterday to be a store manager, didn't you? Yeah. All right, well, tell him bye. I want you to go in your house. I want you to look around for some things. Got it? Here we go. Say bye, Varmint. Bye. Here we go. Oh. He's got to stop eating so many burgers. He's not going to fit in his house anymore. Did you know that? All right, let's do a song that Jesse has written, and this is called Nobody Like Me. And you know what? There is nobody like you. Did you know that? There is nobody in this world like you. Are there 24 Jessies running around? We'd have music everywhere, wouldn't we? Is there 7 Cheyennes running around? No, I'm her mommy. I'm glad. All right, guys, we are going to do this song because it's Nobody Like Me. And you're going to put your hands in the air. And then when you hear the word me, you're going to point to yourself and say me. Because this is just for you. Everybody stand up.
Nobody quite like me. Nobody quite like me. I'm one of a kind. From head to my toes, there's nobody quite like me. Nobody quite like me. Nobody quite like me. No matter how hard I try, originality shines. There's nobody quite like me.
Ready? Here's our part.
I'm round and I'm tall, I'm short and I'm slow.
But you know what?
There's nobody quite like me.
Here comes the dreaming. Ready?
Nobody dreams like me. Nobody dreams like me. I think all the time with big dreams in mind. There's nobody dreams like me. I learn while I grow, go the places I'll go.
But you know what?
There's nobody quite like me.
Awesome. Is there anybody like you? No. Very good. Give yourselves a hand. You are awesome. Give yourselves a hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, bottoms on the floor. All right. I see some books over here. Miss Lorna, if we read a book, can we put it on our summer reading list? Woo! Let's read a book. Are you ready? Jesse, I love this book, but it just needs something. It just needs like some sound. It does. It needs sounds. Could you help us do some of that?
I'll do that.
He'll do that. Did you hear him? He'll do that. Where am I going to sit so we can hear? Let me grab this over here. Grab this book. And then, see what kind of sounds Jesse makes. Are you ready? This is called Reach for the Stars. Reach for the Stars. And other advice for life's journey. Sound pretty cool? Life's journey. Let's see. You know what? You've got your whole world ahead of you. Every dream and everything you want to be, you have ahead of you. If you work hard, you can do it. Did you know sometimes it'll be smooth sailing? Can you do that with me? Smooth sailing. And other times it'll be a bumpy ride. Ooh. with a fork in the road? Is there gonna be forks in the road when we grow up? No. Somebody the other day said a fork in the road. We said no, not a real fork, right? Uh-oh. You may feel like a fish out of water, and you may even feel like a small fish in a big pond. You know, like when you go to college and there's 50,000 people in college with you? That's what my little boy said. I said, you'll be all right, you'll be fine. Well, that's your chance to make a splash. If you sink like a stone, feeling like you're over your head. Oh, did you know that? Look at his head. Oh, he's sunk. You'll be all right because it seems that you'll be fighting an uphill battle. My goodness. Oh, but what better time to reach for the moon and shoot for the stars? Let's grab the stars. Here it comes. Hold it in your lap. Hold it in your lap. Uh-oh. You won't always be top dog. Oh, in fact, sometimes you'll be in the doghouse. Thanks, Jess. That's helping. Uh-oh. We got to get on our horse. Are you ready? Let's get on our horse. You ready? Then we got to ride. You hear that? Here we go. So you have to dust yourself off and get right back in the saddle. If you keep a cool head and use a little, hold out your arm. Stop dropping y'all's elbows around here. You know that? What is that? A little elbow grease. That's what you have to use. That's what my granny used to say. You put a little elbow grease in it, it'll come out good. You know that? That's what she used to say.
I use elbow grease.
You can blaze your own trail. Are you ready? And march to the beat of your own drum. He's doing his drum. Oh, this one's good. You keep your eye, do this with me, eye on the prize. And you might just hit the jackpot. Everybody say, whoop, whoop. Yeah. But you know what? If not, there's always time to start from scratch and turn the page. Something's not working? Grab your heart. It's okay to have a change of heart. And sometimes you will make mountains out of molehills. Oh, this might hurt too. Oh, but you may still want to be on pins and needles sometimes. And the grass will seem greener on the other side. But you know what's going to help you to get to the other side? Friends. Did you know that? Miss Taylor wants to tell you something, and I don't want you to ever forget it. As long as we have friends, Mama and Daddies, is this all true? When we have our friends, we have everything, don't we? Don't we? We have, that's right, we have everything. So you guys don't forget it. But, you know, friends will bend over backwards to help you, and soon you'll be rolling in the clover. This one, it says, when you have all your ducks in a row. Does that mean we have to go buy a bunch of ducks?
No.
No, what does that mean? When you're, it means a duck crossing. It means that you have everything in order. And you know what? Put out your wings, guys. Because soon you can spread your wings. And fly. And that is reach for the stars. Pretty good advice, huh? Yeah, pretty good advice, huh? I'm ready to dance. Are you ready to dance? Let's dance. I want to see some dancing, some moving. Here we go. Woo! Oh, yes. What are we going to do first? Oh, look what he's doing. Look what she's doing. Oh, yeah. We do that. Everybody do that. Y'all going to teach me that. Woo! Oh, look back here. Varmint's doing? Should we check on him? Think he's found anything that he wants to be? I sure hope so. 1, 2, 3, Varmint! Here's some. Oh, goodness, buddy. Oh, goodness. Oh, you are so heavy. What? Have you found something that you want to be, Varmint? Have you found something? You have, okay. All right. Put the first one on. Okay, ready? Oh, my. Varmint. Can Varmint be a bee, guys, when he grows up? But I love honey right there. I know you love honey, but you've got to be something different. Let's try. What else you got? Can he be a kitty cat, guys? Jesse, is there any help? You guys have been looking at each other. You know what I think they're doing? I think they're cooking something up. I have to watch both of them. Are y'all cooking up something? Oh, they are. What are you doing, Jess? What? What are you doing? Just hold on right there. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, goodness. What on earth are you? Oh, my. What is a concert pass and sunglasses? Uh-oh. What does Varmint want to be, guys? A rock star. A rock star. What are you going to sing, Varmint? Oh, with my hair back and forth. Oh, with my hair back and forth. Did y'all have this planned, Jeff? Oh, you didn't. Oh, he didn't have one. Well, I like your song. We may have to work on the hair and the glasses a little bit. What do you think? But he wants to be a rock star, y'all.
You can be whatever you want to be.
Oh, say that loud.
You can be whatever you want to be.
Ethan, you're hired. All right? He's awesome. Marmster, that might work, but I don't know. Let's go clean up your house and we'll come back. All right? Let's have some friends come up and let's see if they can help us a little bit. Does that work? All right. I don't want to touch that hair. Okay, you ready? Let's see. Gonna be a bumblebee and a mine. All right. I guess it's his own person. Hey, is anybody? I want you to tell me. Raise your hand and tell me what you would like to be when you grow up. Ethan?
I would like to be a soldier for the army. And I want to be a werewolf.
This child stole my heart in like 30 seconds. That is awesome. Good job, buddy. What you got, darling? What do you want to be? A police officer? I want you to stand right here. I want you to stand right here. What you got, bud? A dolphin trainer. Oh, if I'd have brought that outfit, that'd have been awesome. What do you want to be? A doctor. Come stand right here. What do you want to be, darling? A what? A nurse. Oh, that's so wonderful. I need a boy. What you got? A basketball player. Very cool. Anybody want to be a fireman? You want to be a fireman? Come here. Stand right here. What else have I got? Oh, a chef. Does anybody ever wanted to cook and be a chef? I need a boy. I love my girls, but I need a boy. Ethan, have you ever wanted to be a chef?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, and hey, there is another thing I want to do. Well, for the army, I do want to train dolphins for underwater battles.
Oh my goodness. You want to be a chef, so would you like to cook in the military?
Yeah.
about that? We'll do all that other stuff later. Woo! All right. Y'all ready? All right. Don't fall, don't fall. Okay. I have the chef outfit. I called some of my dear friends and I said, I want to take some of your outfits with me this summer because I want to see what our friends look like that are dreaming about what they want to be. So here's what we're going to do. Am I going to lose Ethan in this big old jacket today? I think so. Ethan, are you ready? He's a dancer chef, y'all. Ready? Okay, here, hold your spoon. Hold your spoon. Oh. All right. Where's my police officer? Oh. This is real, guys. Look at this. This is from a SWAT team officer in Smyrna. I called him and he let us borrow this. Is that too cool or what? Put that on. I put this on one girl in Lebanon. She said, my mama's the sheriff in this town. I said, oh my. What do you think about that? Is it heavy? It's not heavy? All right. What else we got over here, guys? Oh, where's my doctor? Are you my doctor? I might lose you too. I don't know. This came from a dear friend of mine that is actually a dentist. But he let us borrow it so we can talk about a doctor. Ethan's gonna dance like cooks for us. You know that? Now, one of my dear friends at Amable Fire Department let us use this. And here's the deal. You can't fall in the floor because this is heavy. Are you ready? Okay. Can his neck do it, guys? That's right. You hear your rocky music? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh! All right. Woo! Give him a hand. Oh, there you go. Race team. Awesome. Race team. They want you to face that way, she said. All right. Guys, we are going to go around now. We're going to interview our friends, and we're going to see just how long they have wanted to be these people. Ethan is going to tell me. How long have you wanted to be a chef?
Well, ever since I started helping my dad cooking eggs.
Cooking eggs. It all started with cooking eggs. Give Ethan a hand. This is what it's going to look like, guys. That's right. That's right. Okay, now I can't talk to you. Something ain't happening here. Oh, there you are. How long do you want to be a fireman?
Forever.
Forever? Forever, guys. Say, aww. Okay, now, the deal is, when you're the police officer, she can't give any of us a ticket, right? No tickets when you grow up. Is that the deal? How long have you wanted to be a police officer? Since you were 1 year old. How cool is that? Give her a hand, guys. Now, this is who's going to take care of us. This is who's going to help us. How long do you want to be a doctor?
Ever since I went to the doctor.
Ever since you went to the doctor. You must have had a good experience. Did you? No shots?
I had kind of 2 shots in one day. I was still dreaming to be one of them.
But she still wanted to do it after 2 shots. That's right. That's exactly right. Give all of your friends a hand. A musician also, Ethan would like to be. I think you need to be a dancer. That's what I think. Anyway, guys, what do they need to do to become and be all of these people? What do they need to do? They need to train, and they need to dream, right? They need to dream and work hard. I heard it. You need to work hard. Exactly. All right, if you all will take off your outfits right there where you are, if you can get, are you all right? Fall off the step. Don't fall off the step. I know. Jacket, suit, yes. Okay. Okay. Awesome. Now we know what you're going to look like. Look how neat. Look how neat. Boy, y'all are just awesome. Good deal. All right, Ethan. I want you to go back here. We're fixing to dance again. Are you ready? Here we go. Y'all can have a seat too. Good job, guys. Good job. All right. Mr. Jesse. He wrote a song. Who remembers the song Beat It? Anybody remember that song by Michael Jackson?
I think I do.
Oh, yeah. You know what we forgot to do? department forgot to do something. Jesse's got a surprise for him, and they talked about this too. Are you ready? And then we'll do our song. What we want today. Everybody stand up. We're going to read it. Here's your job, okay? I'm going to hold the microphone out when it's your turn so it can come through the microphone, okay? So you're going to have to say it nice and loud. When I say read it, you're going to say... Read it. When I say read it, you're going to say... Read it. Awesome, you got it. Ethan, get your dancing shoes, buddy. Here we go. This is a good one. It's got a good beat to it and everything. Y'all ready? Bend your knees a little bit. Everybody stand straight up. Bend your knees a little bit. Here we go. Oh, he's finding it. It's got to be just right. There it is. You hear it? Here we go.
Laying back and there's nothing to do. I'm thinking really hard, trying to get a clue. But then I realized there's no need to be blue if I read it. Just read it. I thought it over and I have a great plan. I read some Dr. Seuss because he is the man. There's a book on my bed that I know I haven't read, so I read it. Just read it. Getting lazy and I'm running out of time. I need to read a book before I lose my mind. My worries go away and all will be okay if I read it. Just read it.
Holding that note. Did you see that, Jesse? I love it. I love it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bottoms on the floor. I was gonna let you go, son. That was wonderful. Absolutely. All right. I got a question for you. We can either. Oh no, wait. You all have made me smile so much today, it's not even funny. You are the best crowd. Give yourselves a hand. I have a question for you. We can either read that yawn book where we all fall asleep when we read it and we dream, or Jesse could do some sounds on the keyboard. What do you want to do? Jesse, raise your hand for Jesse. Yeah, you won, Jesse. Here we go. All right, I'm gonna sit right here. I don't know what he's gonna do. Let's see. What is that? Anybody know? It's a movie.
It makes me feel like I'm a Jedi.
Almost. What?
It makes me feel like I'm a Jedi.
Makes you feel like a Jedi. What movie, darling? Pirates of the Caribbean. Good job. Good job. What else you got, Jim? Here we go. Only my favorite. That's right. What else? Mamas, this might be for us. Anybody know? Anybody know? What? Snoopy? Sounds a little bit like it. What? Everybody knows Snoopy! Good job. All right. Now, are you going to do what I think you're going to do? Okay. Mamas, Jesse knows all about music when we were growing up. I'll put it that way. Okay? And he loves Journey, and he loves all of those things. So let me tell you, if you need to holler when he plays this next one, feel free. You ready? Here we go. Okay, what else you want to do? He wants to do sounds. You want to do some sounds? Let's figure out what they are. All right, crisscross episode. Did you do that? Here we go. I hear. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. Very good. I like his keyboard. How about y'all? Cool, huh?
We got our own applause.
It's got its own applause, that's right. I love it. Guys, I thank you so much for being here today. Are we going to sign up for the reading program? You already did? Raise your hand. Awesome. Wonder how many books they've read, Jesse. You want to find out? You want to find out how many books? 10 books. Who's read 10 books? I know it's early, but you never know. Oh, not yet. How about 5 books? Awesome. You're on your way. You're on your way. How much? 3 books. Well, 3 books is 3 books. How about 1 book? How many? She's read 40 books. How many? 20. Oh, I'm so proud of you. 1,000. He read 1,000. Give me 5. Awesome. Mama's back here going, All right, guys. I think everybody in this room's a firecracker. Do you want to hear a firecracker pop? Let's see if we can do it. Stand up and let's do it.
Sharks. What do you think of when you hear the word sharks? Does your heart beat a little faster? Does thinking of sharks make you a little nervous to go swimming in the ocean? Well, if it does, you're certainly not alone. Many people think sharks are aggressive, terrifying beasts that stalk the oceans. But are they really menacing hunters that attack humans at will? Or are they one of nature's misunderstood predators that has an important role in the balance of biodiversity on the planet? It will be easier to decide if sharks are friends or foes after you look at life from the shark's perspective in this edition of Saving a Species. The Shark Story.
Hi, I'm Julie Scardina, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Animal Ambassador. And I'll admit, at first glance, sharks can be pretty intimidating looking creatures. That's probably part of the reason they get such a bad rap from us humans. But there's a lot more to sharks than just their menacing look.
Sharks are fascinating creatures, and they come in all shapes and sizes. Some sharks are sleek and angular, like the bull or lemon shark. Nurse sharks have larger heads and bigger profiles. And some, like this hammerhead, are just plain bizarre. These efficient swimming machines range in size from the bigger than a school bus whale shark, nearly 14 meters long, to the tiny pygmy ribbon-tailed cat shark, which only grows to about 25 centimeters. Some sharks are flesh-eating ocean predators, but other sharks eat nothing but plankton.
Regardless of shape, size, or diet, sharks have interesting and unique characteristics and a specific role in their environment. I guess you can tell by now that I think sharks are cool, but I bet you will too, once you know more about them. So come on, let's go meet some sharks. This is Sharks Deep Dive at SeaWorld Orlando, and it's a great way to start learning about sharks by observing them up close in their environment. And now I'm definitely into learning about every animal that shares our planet, but we should respect their space. And in the case of sharks, I also respect their power and abilities. So this diving cage is a good way to visit these predators of the deep.
Oh my gosh, that's a sand tiger shark. Those are all the bigger ones that you see. There's one right here in front of us. Oh my gosh. They're incredible looking. They've got all those teeth. They really look like the predators that everybody thinks about when they think of scary sharks and all that. You know, that sharks in general really aren't all that scary, but it sure looks like it when you're down here looking at them. You can understand why people feel that way. Wow, look at the sawfish. They're only found around Florida now, and it's an endangered species. They used to be found all the way up to Rhode Island, and then down all the way through Central and into South America, down as far as Brazil, but now they don't find them anymore. They're actually such an endangered species, they're really only found around Florida now. Oh, that's incredible. Look at how big he is.
Who was around first, sharks or dinosaurs?
Dinosaurs.
The dinosaur.
Both.
Or both.
Both.
Or both.
The dinosaur.
Are you sure?
Well, sharks are one of the oldest species on Earth, with scientists estimating that ancestors of today's sharks inhabited the oceans between 350 and 400 million years ago. That's millions of years before dinosaurs and other backbone animals roamed the Earth. The most spectacular ancient shark was probably the megalodon, a huge shark with teeth the size of a human hand. This one was probably a flesh eater. And at an estimated 40 to 55 feet long, that's 3 or 4 SUVs end to end. The megalodon was likely the top predator of its time. By 100 million years ago, about the time dinosaurs were around, sharks looked pretty much like they do today. And unlike other animals, they really haven't changed much in the last million years or so.
That's probably because they're highly suited to their environment, which brings us to our next question. Where do sharks live? In saltwater, freshwater, Warm water or cold?
They live in salt water and both in warm and cold water.
You sure?
Yes, salt water and warm and cold.
Positive? You want to change it?
No.
Sharks can actually be found just about everywhere in all types of waters, from shallow coastal habitats and tropical lagoons to deep water open oceans and polar seas. They can live in salt water and brackish water, and some even live in freshwater lakes and rivers. Now, knowing that, here's another question.
Is a shark a fish, a mammal, or a reptile?
A fish. A fish?
You got that one right on. All right.
Sharks are fish, even though they don't look much like the fish we commonly think of. But like all fish, most sharks are cold-blooded or ectothermic, which means their body temperature is controlled by their environment. They also have a skeleton and fins, live in the water, and breathe with gills. But that's where the similarities stop. 96% of the fish that exist today, and there are nearly 24,000 different species, are classified as bony fishes because their skeletons are made of bones, like ours. But the 350 or so species of sharks are in a much smaller class of fish, called chondrichthyes or cartilaginous fishes, because their skeletons are made of cartilage, not bone. Grab your nose or your earlobe. That's cartilage. Doesn't seem much like skeleton material, does it?
Wow. I guess one thing we all realize is that most sharks have lots of teeth. But did you know that some sharks go through as many as 30,000 teeth in a lifetime?
Sharks grow new teeth all the time and have several rows of teeth front to back. When they lose a tooth, one from the row behind just moves up to take its place. Sharks are also famous for their sense of smell. The rest of the shark senses are just as highly advanced. For example, their eyes are perfect for seeing in dim light and are particularly sensitive to moving objects. And even though sharks don't have an outer ear, their inner ear is so advanced it can detect sound, acceleration, and gravity. Plus, sharks have two other internal systems that help them find their prey. One is called the lateral line, which are fluid-filled canals in the shark's body that sense low-frequency vibrations. The other is called the ampullae of Lorenzini, and these are tiny sensory pores that run along a shark's head and can detect faint electrical signals generated by a prey animal.
Delicious. I wonder if sharks think that. You know, the only sense scientists don't know much about is the shark's sense of taste. But they do know what most sharks eat, and it's not what many people think.
Sharks eat lots of things, but the big question often is, do sharks target humans as food? This is definitely a question for a true expert like Ralph Collier, researcher and author of Shark Attacks of the 20th Century.
Like, you've written the book on shark attacks, so it encompassed all the last century. How many shark attacks have there been in the last century?
In my book, Shark Attacks of the 20th Century, I described all of the authenticated attacks from 1900 to 1999. And we had a total of 108 shark attacks. Yes, a total of 108. Of that, only 8 were fatal. Now, what's of more interest to me is that in one single year, just in the city of San Francisco, in 1998, there were 596 people that were bitten by dogs.
Yeah.
And there were
So
only
in one city, in 1 year.
there were
Okay.
almost
Wow.
more than 5 times as many attacks by dogs on people as there were attacks by sharks on people for an entire century.
So, Ralph, do sharks actually really purposely attack humans?
No. Very few attacks, specifically by white sharks, very few are the result of what is commonly referred to as mistaken identity, which is really a misnomer. If a shark comes in on a prey to bite it, that's a predatory attack. And very few of those take place between sharks as far as being directed at people.
I love the water. I like going out in the ocean. Are there things that I can do to help protect myself, from getting an attack, from being one of those small statistical
Yes,
numbers?
there is. White shark attacks, more than 60% of the attacks occurred at what I refer to as a recurring location. In other words, an attack had occurred at this same place prior. And so we have multiple attacks. If you're in the water and you see the natural prey, natural animals, suddenly do something unusual, well, there's a reason for that. Fish sense when a predator's on the prowl. They leave the area. So there are lots of cues.
What do sharks eat?
They eat fish. Meat.
Like cows?
Basically all meat in the water. Some sharks eat stingrays, and other sharks eat other fish and other sharks.
We've got a shark expert here on our hands. Different species eat different things. And while some sharks are opportunistic and eat anything that comes along, others show definite preferences. Hammerheads eat mostly stingrays. Tiger sharks seem to prefer sea turtles. Blue sharks eat squid, and whale sharks eat only plankton. Sharks also eat a lot less than most people think because they're cold-blooded and have a much lower metabolism, which means they need less food. So depending on their size and species, sharks eat between 1 and 10% of their body weight in a week. And it's likely that many sharks go weeks at a time without eating at all. So how do sharks hunt for their food? Well, their hunting strategies aren't that different from predators on land or in the air. The eagle uses its eyesight and speed to grab its prey from above, while sharks grab their prey from below using the same senses of eyesight and speed, plus their special senses to catch their prey. Sharks, just like other predators, will attack the weakest and most vulnerable prey. And by doing this, they play an important role in the balance of the ecosystem. This natural culling by sharks helps keep all ocean populations strong and healthy. But if you remove sharks from the food chain, other populations could increase, which would then unnaturally affect other species, which could then decrease and affect other populations, which would, well, you get my point. Do sharks lay eggs or do they give birth to live young?
They lay eggs. They give birth to babies live.
They lay eggs.
We tricked them by my The right answer to this question is both, depending on the species. Shark eggs are all fertilized within the mother, but then there are 3 very different types of embryonic development with 3 very long names. Oviparous means egg birth. In oviparous sharks, the embryos are protected by egg cases that the female deposits into the water and hatch later on their own. Ovoviviparous means egg live birth. With these species, a shell membrane encases the egg or a group of eggs inside the mother. At a certain point, the embryo sheds the membrane, completes development, and is born ready to swim. Viviparous means live birth. Viviparous shark embryos develop attached to the mother through a yolk sac placenta and are also born fully developed and ready to swim. Gestation varies among the different species and can range from a few months to as long as 2 years from conception to birth. Also, sharks mature and reproduce slower than other species and don't produce large numbers of offspring like bony fishes do. Add that to long gestation periods, and it's easy to see how shark populations are difficult to sustain if outside forces began to adversely affect them, which they are. Already, the great white shark, the whale shark, and the basking shark are at risk of becoming extinct. And more than 75 species are considered vulnerable because their numbers are rapidly dwindling. Now, I know it may be hard for you to be concerned that there are fewer sharks, but if we look at the big picture, every species is important to the health and biodiversity of our planet. Any time a species is removed from its place in the overall scheme, it adversely affects the whole system. Sharks, like this white-spotted bamboo shark, are no exception. And that's why we need to continue to learn more about sharks and how to preserve them and their environment. Every conservationist goal is to preserve and protect wildlife and wild places. And that's why it's so important to learn everything we can. One of the best ways to reach that goal is research. Good, solid research that tells us more about individual species and their habitat requirements. Some shark research is conducted in the wild,
But Mike Shaw, curator of fishes at SeaWorld San Diego, has worked with sharks for 28 years and has discovered an amazing amount of information.
Shark populations are under pressure in many areas of the world, and therefore the more that we can learn about sharks in aquaria, the more we can apply that knowledge to helping shark populations.
Managing the day-to-day health of the sharks is no small task.
We monitor these animals very closely. We look at them each morning and throughout the day to make sure that they don't have any injuries, that they're behaving normally, that they don't show any obvious signs of parasites. And when we do feed them, we put a number of vitamins and minerals into the food in order to make sure they're getting proper nutrition.
Exhibits like this have taught us a lot about shark conservation in the wild.
It surprised us to learn that they don't eat very much, not as much as you might suspect. We find that typically, depending upon the species, a shark would eat between 1 and 8% of its body weight per week.
Basic research data like growth rates and blood chemistry has taught us a lot, but we have accomplished even more.
Perhaps the most important thing is we've had some reproductive successes here at SeaWorld. And these would include black-tip sharks, white-tip sharks, and bonnethead sharks. And what we've seen is that when they give birth to very small numbers, not huge numbers like bony fishes do, where they may give birth to hundreds or thousands or even millions of offspring. With many shark species, they're giving birth to 2 to 4 to 8 offspring at a time. This means that populations take a long time to build up because they're only giving birth to small numbers when they do so.
It's amazing how much we've been able to learn from sharks in the care of humans. And we've compiled a good database of shark information. But even with all this knowledge, there's still a lot that we don't know.
For one thing, many sharks have never been in a zoological or aquarium setting where they could be studied closely. So most of what we know about some species of sharks come from studies in the field by dedicated scientists. Scientists like Brent Stewart of the Hubs SeaWorld Research Institute.
We're studying the whale shark, which is the largest fish in the world's oceans. We really don't know much about whale sharks. That's one of the great things about studying them, is everything you learn is brand new.
In a study like this, specific information can be gathered.
The primary thing we're really trying to learn is where the sharks are. What are the habitats in the world's oceans that are important to the sharks and where they range? So that's geographical habitats, distribution, but also the vertical habitats. What areas in the water column do they use to make a living? And we thought that they were probably near-surface animals because they're filter feeders. But we've learned, in fact, that they're pretty deep animals sometimes. They go beyond 1,000 meters and they spend a lot of time there. So what we've learned has just created a lot more amazing questions about them.
All that's learned from this study can really benefit the whale shark.
Whale sharks are not often seen. They're seen in occasional these wonderful places like Ningaloo Reef, around Thailand, the Sea of Cortez, and in between we really don't know where they are. They are hunted in some places, and they're part of the shark fin market for soup. So there is some unregulated taking, and we're hoping that this will feed into that and try to help manage those areas that are either regulated taking, which is pretty limited now, or help increase some attention to those areas where there's unregulated killing.
Research is frequently a group project, with several organizations collaborating to provide better resources. And that was the case for a nurse shark study in the dried tortugas, when volunteers from SeaWorld joined the group.
The project focuses on the reproductive physiology of nurse sharks, and collecting data is the #1 priority. Researchers from Albion University, the National Marine Fisheries Service, and SeaWorld Orlando meet yearly to capture, tag, and collect data on a number of nurse sharks. For Wes Pratt of the National Marine Fisheries Service, tagging is a staple of research.
We've been studying sharks at National Marine Fisheries Service for over 35 years with a tagging program. That's a natural extension of this is to study the nurse sharks now. We'll be putting a little hole in the shark's first dorsal fin and applying these blue tags with this little pair of pliers here. It's kind of like getting your ear pierced, and it provides a mark that lasts for as long as 27 years. We've had this particular tag last on a shark.
Researchers collect the same information year after year as the sharks mature and add it to a growing database. With this collective data, the researchers are learning more about growth rates, reproductive physiology, and population stability in this particular group of nurse sharks. As head researcher Dr. Jeff Carrier of Albion University knows, it's important information to have.
Aside from the pure and applied science of the study, one of the things that's important is that sharks are commercially valuable. And if we're going to understand them and understand how many we can take in a commercial fishery, we need to know something about the rate at which they replace themselves. Part of the study depends on us being able to know who the animals are in the area, and for that we do a tagging program.
Nice job. Going right back to where we caught her.
Well, we've looked at research at zoological parks and aquariums, and we've looked at research in the wild. But there's one facility that's trying a combination of both in order to learn more about one of the most notorious sharks alive today.
In an effort to dispel the worst reputation in the shark world, the Monterey Bay Aquarium has dedicated a special research program to the great white shark. The project began with capturing, tagging, and releasing young white sharks to learn more about this threatened species in the wild. The tracking data provided good information and a beginning look into the white shark's behavior, habitat, and migration patterns. The next step in the program was to bring a white shark to the aquarium for exhibit and further behavioral study. And in order to succeed where others have failed, the aquarium first brought a young white shark to a 5 million gallon ocean pen to see how the shark would react. After a period of constant observation of the shark's behavior in the pen, the young white shark was fitted with an electronic tag and released. Then, in the fall of 2004, a young female great white shark was brought to the aquarium after being accidentally caught in a commercial fishing net. After an acclimation period in the ocean pen, she was moved to the aquarium's Outer Bay exhibit, a 1 million gallon marine display. This is the first time a great white has ever been held for any length of time in a controlled habitat. But the young shark is doing really well. She is swimming strongly and her appetite is good. And as long as she does well, she'll stay. If she shows any signs of distress or failing health, she'll be tagged and released. So far, this ambitious research program has been very successful. Like most zoological parks and aquariums, Monterey Bay's mission is to inspire conservation by bringing guests face to face with living animals. They hope to raise awareness of the plight of the great white and all sharks by providing guests the opportunity to see a great white shark in a non-threatening environment, and by teaching them about the shark's important role in maintaining the balance of the ocean ecosystem. So far, this young ambassador for the great white shark species is doing a great job. But only time will tell if we human visitors will do our part to save her species.
Through innovative research, we can expand our knowledge of the world around us and find new ways to preserve and protect species like sharks. But it takes more than knowledge to affect change. It takes everyone working together to do the right things to save our wildlife.
There are a number of different projects that are working to save the shark, but there's one preservation program that's definitely unusual, especially since it involves training sharks, not an animal many people think of as trainable. It's a successful model of behavioral training for shark husbandry being used at Discovery Cove in Florida, and aquarium supervisor Laura Simmons is excited about the possibilities.
So Laura, with my background as a trainer, I'm really interested to hear about your shark training program.
Researchers have been trying to train sharks for over 30 years, but what we've done here at Discovery Cove is we've tried to utilize the training for husbandry techniques and also even for educational purposes.
What types of behaviors have they been learning?
It's not necessarily the behaviors that they learn, it's more that we condition them to feed at certain areas, condition them to come up to a particular spot where we need for them to be, so that we can see them up close, so that we can make sure that each animal is feeding appropriately.
So you guys get a chance to get up close. Do the guests have that opportunity as well?
We have a program called Trainer for a Day, and our guests actually get to feed the sharks when they come to visit us here.
So is that a scary experience or a positive experience?
It's very positive because not only is it educational, but it's a way for them to get up close and see that they're not scary, vicious animals, that they're actually very beautiful. When they have a chance to hand feed a nurse shark or actually tongue feed, they're seeing that these animals are very powerful and mysterious, but at the same time, they're not scary anymore. So a guest that may come in thinking, oh, I'm really afraid of sharks, I don't think I want to see one, once they go up close to them, they all of a sudden take more interest in them and the way they might behave in the wild.
Each year, humans cause the death of as many as 100 million sharks. It's the result of a combination of factors: competition for the same resources, overfishing, accidental deaths as bycatch in commercial fishing nets, and unnecessary killings due to superstition or lack of education. But whatever the case, we're killing sharks faster than they can reproduce. Sharks are very valuable to commercial fishermen because of an increased demand for shark products. One particularly wasteful type of shark fishing is called finning, where only the fins of the shark are cut off, and the rest is simply tossed back into the ocean to die, all just to make fin soup, which some cultures view as a delicacy. The killing of sharks to sell their parts for a high price is actually a hauntingly similar scenario to the California sea otter, an animal hunted almost to extinction for its fur. So to keep this from happening to sharks, we need to work now to protect them. What can you do to help? Well, conservation begins with learning. So learning about sharks and why they are an important species to save is a good first step. You can also support legislation to protect sharks and their habitats, as well as legislation to make commercial fishing safer for all the bycatch species: sharks, dolphins, turtles, and others. You can do your part to keep the oceans and waterways clean for sharks and all other marine species, because habitat pollution is a major factor in wildlife survival. You can always support one of the many conservation organizations that are working to help the sharks too. Organizations such as the Nature Conservancy and Wild Aid, which do research in several locations around the world to learn more about sharks. Another is the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, which supports shark conservation programs to reduce overfishing and overconsumption of sharks and shark products, as well as many other species and habitat programs. So what do you say, friend or foe? I definitely say friend, and I hope by now you think so too. Sharks are incredible creatures, and there's still so much we don't know about them. But through continued research, we'll learn more. And through education, we'll work to dispel the fears and myths about sharks. Because the only way to save an animal is to care about it, recognize its value and place in this ecosystem we call Earth. I'm Julie Scardina, and thanks for joining us for the Shark Story.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told. The sharks featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to animal rescue, wildlife research, habitat protection, and conservation education. Your support for the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us. So we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
Bye.